Good morning, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started. I'll call this meeting to order. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We'll request to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation and real estate.
So moved.
Second.
Voting. Commissioner from the 8th and the 1st, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason and Mr. Franum out.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our special call meeting. You can take your seats and cease all conversations. Okay. At this time, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mayor and Commissioners will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Voting. All right, if you're in the chamber, if you could just cease conversations at this time. George. Voting. Thank you.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed, I want to take a moment. We know that here quickly we're going to move into our committee meetings. On the Administrative Services Committee, there's an item number 5. We're going to move that item to our special call meeting that's taking place now. Item number 5, we're going to just move it so that we can get an update from our administrator regarding our Vax Up Augusta campaign, and want everyone to be cognizant of that. That's item number 5 on administrative services. Okay? All right. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
In addition, Mayor and Commissioners will request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims of Sabrina Johnson in the aggregate sum of $8,100 payable as follows to Sabrina Johnson and Young and Thurman as her attorneys.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th. Motion and a second. Voting.
That motion carries 8-1, with Ms. McKnight abstaining and Mr. Franum out.
Madam Clerk, I believe the Commissioner from the 3rd would like to register a vote. She was pushing another button.
Thank
and
you,
she intended
Mr. Mayor.
to push 1.
Oh, I was going to push 1 for the record so everybody would know that, yes, I support that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I believe we've got a couple other motions, and I'm going to come to the Commissioner from the 8th at the appropriate time. All right. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown. Those 2 items, we're going to talk about them here? No? Okay.
On his committee.
Okay. All right, they'll move to the engineering services. Okay. Okay. All right. Chair recognizes Administrator Donald. Item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you read the caption for us, please?
Item number 5, discussion, initial commission update on Vax Up Augusta program implementation and activities.
Administrator Donald.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Commission, for an opportunity to come before you again as we continue to operate in this COVID environment. I think that's important to note because we are still within, at least locally, a state of emergency and where we are trying to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. And so under your leadership, you allocated about $1.5 million for us to be able to provide vaccinations or incentives for vaccinations for our residents. And so I provided a report for you, which I'll go over some of the activities within the report, as well as follow up on a few sidebar conversations with some recommendations on moving forward. First, we initially started off with a solo partner, which was the Department of Public Health. And so now we're up to 5 vendors, which we're excited about, although 4 of them have really just begun to enact their programs. Most recently, Augusta University Student Health Clinic is our most recent partner, joining us about a little over a week or so ago. So as you look at the actual attachment that is in your binders, we have highlighted that about 1.2 million of the allocation, or it has been allocated, but not necessarily expended. So the way we have allocated our funds is that of our 10,000 person goal of vaccination, based on the commitments of our 5 providers, we would be able to provide about 8,300 second shots. And so that would cost us about $830,000 as we're doing $100 per an incentive. And the overall allocation for administrative costs is about $415,000 to the providers. In addition to that, you have allowed us to provide about $25,000 in advertising, marketing, and outreach cost. With that, this initial report is through October the 10th, which is the initial reporting date, but it does cover from August 19th when you made the motion through what is technically October 8th because of the closing of the reporting period. So the summary of that report is that we have about 1,100 first doses which were provided. Of course, that's kind of like a bonus because we're only providing funding for the second dose. But in addition to that, we have issued about 1,268 of the full vaccinations to that time period for a total of a little under 2,400 shots, issuing about 1,000 gift cards. Now, that number has actually increased to a little over 1,200 now, with the total amount expended about $215,000. Now that we have 5 vendors, as of October 10th, there are 112 total clinics that are being provided. And of course, some of the data will come in a little bit later because those clinics did not stop on October 8th. They're continuing on through today. And so what's also included is mostly the data related to the Department of Public Health because they were our first vendor. So they were fully active around September 5th or so, around Labor Day. So they had about a month worth of activity while the others only had about a week and a half or so because they had to ramp up. But very encouraged by our initial reporting. What I would add is in addition to the initial results from that first month of being in place, we've seen a little bit of an uptick, even though there's only been a brief allocation. We've had, if you look at the report on just our general vaccination metrics that are included in the report, as of August 20th, there are about 142,000 shots administered, where we're at a little over 168,000 as of October 20th when we pulled those numbers. And so what that shows is that there's about a 5% increase of folks who have received 1 dose and about a 6% increase for those who are fully vaccinated. So I think the needle is definitely moving, but there are some things that we can do to further jumpstart this initiative. Before I end with that, I would also highlight that of the 25,000 that you have allocated, we have definitely done a much better job of getting the word out. So we're really appreciative of the commission's acceptance of that recommendation because we have, I think there are about 11 total radio stations that have been running our commercials, and we have not had to pay for all of them. We've actually received some in-kind rotations at no additional cost because our radio partners believe in our our message and our efforts as well. So that's been extremely helpful. I will have the total number of spots and rotations updated for you beyond this, but this is just a highlight of the first, I believe, 120 spots that we have run on radio through our paid advertisements. And so in closing, I know that there's been some conversation about an opportunity to really jumpstart this effort. And so this Saturday, we do have the James Brown Arena is where we will be hosting our first mass vaccination under the Vax Up Augusta campaign. And so one of the questions that has been asked is whether we could incentivize moving forward at that point, potentially providing the vaccinations to all residents who get their shot from that point forward. And so the answer is yes, but I wanted to provide you some insights on how to do that because your action was very specific, and so we would have to amend that to adjust the current MOUs or amend the current MOUs to allow incentives for each shot effective on October 30th. We would also at that point need to provide the balance of the funding to our partners because they only receive 50% of their allocation based on the proposal, and then they would get the rest. So we would need to do that. There's no action from the commission on that, just to let you know that that would be the next action, and you would have to make it effective on October 30th. But again, the first step would be you would have to make a motion to amend the MOUs to allow for each shot that someone receives for it to be eligible for the incentive, and that effective date would need to be October 30th.
Administrator Donald, thank you for your presentation. I want to thank first and foremost our staff and your team for the work that they've done, our EMA team for how they've helped stand this up, not just this event that's going to take place on Saturday, which will be our first mass vaccination, a drive-in clinic. I'm going to ask every member of the Augusta Commission, if your schedules permit, to join me out there Saturday. It's from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. at the James Brown Arena in the parking lot. We've had a number of large-scale events that have taken place out there. I'll be out there. The commissioner from the 10th has already said he's going to join me along with his boots and my boots and jeans. So every member of the commission, I'm asking you to come out and join me on Saturday. For those who want to know, I will be in my Cowboys gear as well, just so you know. And but I mention that because we have had a number of public health community partners who have helped stand vaccination clinics up across Augusta. This will be, again, the first large-scale one. There are a series of other citywide COVID vaccination clinics, those that have taken place prior to today, and then those that will take place starting on November 4th, the 6th, November 20th, December 2nd, and December the 4th. This is an extremely important time for us to move the needle. There's data that we've seen in other communities that talks about how to incentivize and get people out in large numbers so that you can make our community safer. And so we want to be champions for that. I'm going to go back to the administrator, and then I'm going to recognize the commissioner from the 9th for a motion. Yes, please.
I think that there's one adjustment that I want to highlight. I believe the recommendation would be just for October 30th or I would request guidance on whether it is just for October 30th and whether it would include boosters. And I asked that for two reasons. We've allocated about $1 million just for the incentives, but as you see, there's about another 50,000 or so that can also be allocated to that number as well because of the balance for the administrative cost. But that is the total that is allocated for that. So when those when those dollars run out, we haven't allocated any additional funding. And so to ensure that we can kind of cut off and continue to manage, I think that's why I'm asking is October 30th, based on the will of the commission, that single event date, because then you could cover first shots, second shots, and boosters that day, and go back to your regularly scheduled programming on that following Monday without much administrative interruption.
Might I offer the following with regards to that? One, I want the public to know and fully understand that we're not talking about any new funding.
That's right.
This is the dollars that the commission has already appropriated for this purpose. And might I recommend that we do this until those funds are exhausted. And at the appropriate time, if necessary, we revisit it. Our goal was to try to get 10,000 shots in arms. We need to push the envelope as much as we can to ensure that. And our goal, I believe we all share this, Administrator, and that is we simply want to get shots in arms that we might save lives. So I offer that as the counter to that.
Understood. I listen, received. I'm just
Yeah.
making sure that I get the clarity from the commission so that we can move forward. I do just want to highlight again on our reporting, it would likely need to be adjusted because, again, this would be for first and second shots. So our vaccine goal might be adjusted because there are likely folks who have never received a vaccination that would likely come out. So it would increase the total number of shots, but it might decrease the number of vaccinations.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th.
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to get ahead of what the administrator, as I understand you're saying. We're talking about giving, for the 30th, we're talking about start giving the $100 per shot from then on. And I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think it should be continued till the funds are depleted. But also, my only little sticking point is, do we want to consider the boosters at this point? Because that's going to absorb some of the real money.
Yeah, and so
I think most persons who, excuse me, Mr. Minister, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Because most persons who've gotten 2 shots, they're gonna get their booster. So they're gonna get a booster. So I would rather see us keep it on the 1 and 2 shots.
Received.
That's my motion, Mr. Mayor, to that.
I think I concur with that. I think the Commissioner from the 9th is prepared to make that motion.
Motion to approve. Something's going on with my mic. But motion to approve.
Okay. All right. Commissioner from the 9th, his motion is to approve incentivizing the first and second shots in arms going forward, effective immediately.
Effective October 30th.
Effective on October the 30th. So for anyone who comes out, starting on October the 30th, you get a shot. You're going to get an incentive, and it will use existing dollars that have already been appropriated by the Augusta Commission. And no boosters.
And authorizing the mayor to amend the MOUs to allow for first and second shots.
Yes.
Second.
All right. Chair recognizes. Okay, let me come back to you, Commissioner. All right, the Commissioner from the 1st, he waives.
Just make a second. I second the motion.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. Really, this is a comment just surrounding my hesitation for this. There's already been some confusion in the public about the shots, and I fielded numerous amounts of calls about, I've gone to this place and gotten my second shot, where's my $100? And trying to explain to them that, well, you didn't go to the correct vendor and yada, yada. And now here we are, we're going to add, basically $100 per shot. And looking at the statistics that the administrator talked about, it doesn't look like we've raised really impacted the local percentages all that much. I mean, so I'm just concerned that this is going to cause further confusion in the area, and that's all I had to say.
Commissioner from the 8th, I appreciate that. I think I shared these sentiments on this morning, and I've been pretty consistent about this. The problem with consistency around what should be done is we're completely inconsistent. What I'd like to see today is that after this motion is taken and hopefully adopted, is that we provide every member of the commission with a set of talking points where everybody's saying the same thing, everybody's doing the same thing. Our challenge in Augusta is that we say we want something, and then we don't always say it together. And so in that posture, I want everybody saying the same thing and doing the same thing. We need shots in arms. We need to save lives. We need to make sure that our community, our loved ones, our family members, aunts, uncles, grandmamas, fathers, mothers are safe. We've lost too many of our coworkers. We've lost too many of our family members. And the highest incidence of those that are in our hospitals are the unvaccinated. And so I'm going to urge that we do this. And again, consistent set of talking points, very simple, and everybody's saying the same thing. Administrator Donald.
Yeah, just to highlight something, because I would want Commissioner Garrett to also feel better about the progress in our community. While we went from 33,000 to 33% to 39% in a community of just over 200,000 people, in that short period of time, we've increased that number by 11,000 persons. While the percentage looks small, when you look at that in basically a month or so of implementing this campaign, 11,000 folks getting fully vaccinated, although not fully because of us, all of those numbers count towards the pool. It's a pretty large increase, especially when you compare it to some of our surrounding areas. So I think just wanted to make sure that we highlighted that within the report.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, Commissioner Johnson offered a second, but it had already been seconded by Commissioner Hassan. So we just wanted to make that for our record.
Always just beat me to the punch, Commissioner
Well, you
Hassan.
could be the third.
I could be the third. Can I third it? Okay, third.
All right. Voting.
Ms. McKnight. That motion carries 8-1 with Mr. Garrett voting no and Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Administrator Donald, and thank you to the Augusta Commission. To my fellow Augustans, our fellow Augustans, on Saturday, October the 30th, from 10 a.m. to 2, our public health partners, Augusta Fire and EMA, as well as members of the Augusta Commission, will see you there at the James Brown parking lot arena parking lot, bright and early. Let's line up. Let's come out. Let's get shots in arms. And we're going to be there to encourage you. We're going to be there to make sure we have good fellowship, because this is important for our city. Incentives for everyone who comes to get a shot in their arm. First or second shot, doesn't matter. I'll see you Saturday. Commissioner from the seat, coming back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to ask the administrator, are you going to be able to get with your partners in media to arrange those advertisements in a timely manner for this Saturday?
Yes, sir. So we were just talking about that, trying to get ahead of it to get started now.
Okay.
So yes, sir. We're gonna work on that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
We would also, while we have our news media here, we would definitely welcome them spreading that positive message and helping to get the word out as well. Some of that earned media, we would welcome that also. I see Mr. Gentleman in the back. I know he gives a recap of the commission, so we'll take that as well. Mr. Escalante.
I think he's talking about, where is George? He's back there somewhere. And that was the voice of God who was calling him on the phone earlier. So
We hope.
Yep. So we'll certainly take any positive announcement that City of Augusta is offering a $100 incentive for anyone who comes to get a shot.
That's right.
All right, that's the message. You come in to get a shot, $100
Take it
incentive.
for granted.
Attorney Brown, is there any additional business before us? No, sir. All right, I think we're ready for committee meetings. Again, thank the commission.
All right, I'd like to call Public Services Committee to order. Are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
Yes, sir. We will delete item. No, that's it. He's here. I'm sorry.
Are we going to delete item 4?
4. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Sherman, I think we have your addendum agendas before you, sir.
Okay, so we're deleting
Okay.
item number 4?
Item number 4 to delete that item.
Okay.
Are you going to form a consent? It could be,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Are there any items that the committee would like to consent?
Items 3 and 4 could be.
All right, we're going to consent items number 3, delete item number 4. Without objection? All right, well, let's go from the top down.
Ms. Walton?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We have a new ownership, alcohol number 21-34. It's a request by Sunita Alpesh Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Aggie's located at 3040 Meadowbrook Drive. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition? There are no objectors. State your full name and home address. Yes, ma'am.
Sunita Patel, 1031 Barrett Drive, Evans, Georgia, 30809.
All right, can we get a motion to approve? There's a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Voting?
It's unanimous.
Item number 2.
It's new business, alcohol number 21-35. It's a request by Dwayne Pearson for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with the Icon Cigar Lounge located at 1515A North Leg Road. There will be dance. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objections to this alcohol petition? There are no objectors.
Question.
Okay.
Yes, Dwayne Pearson, 3816 Woodlake Drive, Helsborough, Georgia, 30815.
All right, thank you. We have a question from the commissioner from the 10th, and then we'll go to the commissioner from the 6th. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner. It was my understanding that when we were opening this cigar lounge, that it was going to be a laid-back cigar lounge where you could go in, get a drink, enjoy good company, fellowship, business, or whatever, and now you're saying there will be dance. So in essence, it's a little bit more than a cigar bar?
No, it's still, well, the dance portion is because we have an iTunes system to set in, and it's for people to come in and they can pick any genre of music that they want to listen to while they're smoking on a cigar or having a cocktail. So it's dance is just, I guess it just falls up under that name, but it's not a dance floor.
Well, second question, please. Can we get clarification from planning and zoning on that?
Mr. Sherman?
Sure.
So the way that our ordinance is written, for a dance hall or for a bar, for a restaurant, if you have music and you stand up and dance, you're required to have a license. So I think we mentioned when we were going through the smoking ordinance that it could be a restaurant also. But the more revenue he generates in the establishment, the more cigars he has to sell, because 20% of the revenue has to come from the sale of cigars. So the dance can be part of it.
That's very misleading. I can't support it the way it's written.
Okay, Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Hassan, is he up here?
Not even here.
He's not here?
Move to approve.
You have a second? Second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Voting.
There's no dance floor anyway.
That motion fails 2-1, with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Mason voting yes, Mr. Clark voting no, Mr. Franum absent.
Thank you. We'll take item number 5.
Item number 5, these 3. Item number 5 is an update from the Salvation Army regarding homeless task force panhandling.
Before they come, we want to just kind of give a little bit of a backstory on what this item is about. The Homeless Task Force has been meeting for the greater part of 2021. We're getting close to bringing back recommendations to the commission. Reminder that the last time a comprehensive plan was drafted and approved by this body was about 17 years ago. And so we are getting rather close to bringing that updated plan back before the commission. When it was approved the first time, there was about 20-something, maybe 29 homeless people on the street. Now we have thousands that we have to count. So with that being said, I wanted to make sure to have a quick update before the commission. The last conversation that we had surrounding homelessness was the issue of panhandling. And I was very, I guess I could say clear that I didn't think that we needed to go the panhandling ordinance route as of yet. Certainly there's still some room for that discussion, and we may have to expand that ordinance. But what the task force has done is Linda Bars is the chair of the action plan committee. She's here today. Thank you, Linda. We've been working hand in hand with the Salvation Army to figure out what programs can we establish that would not cost us any money to get people off of the street, out of the mediums, and into somewhere where they can get help. And Derek Dugan is the Director of Development for the Salvation Army, and he is going to present a program that they have been working on with the Homeless Task Force to kind of show you what we can do as an alternative to passing an ordinance or expanding an ordinance. Again, that may still be a solution, but I think that getting people off the streets and into services is the first step before we start to police. So with that being said, I'll pass it to, we recognize Mr. Dugan, the Director of Development from the Salvation Army, to share what the Salvation Army is going to be attempting to do to address panhandling, not just in the downtown area, but the Augusta as a whole. So, Mr. Dugan.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, everyone. I've spoken to several of you in the last few weeks and even months about homelessness and panhandling in general in Augusta. And thank you to Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Franum, not here today, Commissioner Scott. We've had some good conversations, and just recently, Commissioner Williams and the mayor has been very supportive with the meals program through the last, through COVID as well. I'd also like to recognize, Commissioner Johnson already recognized Ms. Linda Bars, chair of the Homeless Task Force. We do not have Tony Robinson. Dr. Tony Robinson was supposed to be with us today. He is leading a strategic plan on behalf of the Salvation Army, looking at these issues as well as the issue of a new shelter. And Rhett and Blaine Bailey from Trainer Gray, who is our corporate partner in developing this plan. Giving some brief background on the Salvation Army, and I will be brief, I'll do my best at the very least. The Salvation Army was founded in 1865 in London, England by William Booth. He was a minister with the Methodist Church, and the class society at that time did not allow for the lower income to be served in that church. So he broke from the Methodist Church, ministered to the people in the streets, seeing that if people were hungry, if they were cold, if they were not sober and not sheltered, that they could not be brought closer to God. And that is ultimately the mission of the Salvation Army. And that is why you see the services of the Salvation Army Church out first and foremost, and the church elements almost secondary, although we see that all is one. The mission statement is to meet human needs in His name without discrimination. What that means to the Salvation Army is our mission and our services are always changing. We are always looking to solve problems in the community as they evolve. When we did the mayor's 10-year plan to end homelessness in 2004, there were a different scope of needs from the community now. In Augusta, we've been here since 1891, 130 years of serving, starting on Broad Street. The Center of Hope at 1384 Green Street is our primary location, and along with the Marion Barnes Center, it is the primary stop for entry into services to receive aid in the community. It is the largest shelter in Augusta. It is the largest men's shelter, it is the largest women's shelter, and the only family shelter that serves Augusta. And that was created just recently. We averaged 37 children in the Center of Hope in the month of September, 30 in August. The need is ongoing. That's not just a statistic outlier. We have a prison reentry program. We have beds for prison reentry. We have a soup kitchen. We provide meals to the community free of charge, anyone who is hungry every night and everyone in the shelter every morning. We have a job skills training program, rent and utilities assistance. We lead families from homelessness into housing. We put 49 families from homelessness to housing last year, and we're at 48 right now. Most important, we refer and work with all the agencies in Augusta. And the important thing to know is the Salvation Army, and this is one of those things that we hear about over time, Salvation Army does not charge a dime for any services in the community. Anything we provide at the Center of Hope is free of charge at any time to anyone. So we do not turn anyone away from shelter, from a safe night's sleep, unless they are a danger to themselves or to others. And if that is the case, we work with agencies like EOA and the other homeless coalitions, and we make sure they have housing. So no one is ever turned away from the shelter. If we cannot house them, though, on severe weather nights, we expand our capacity. We put down beds. We make sure that everyone is taken care of. And I would love to give a tour to the entire commission, all at once or independently, of the Center of Hope so you can see this all firsthand. It looks like a small building from the outside, but it goes very deep on the inside. Now, 2 weeks ago, Dr. Robinson, myself, and a person who's working on the strategic plan for the Homeless Task Force met at New Moon on Broad Street to talk about compiling our studies together. In the span of 1 hour, 8 to 9 in the morning, we were asked for support. We were asked for money 3 different times in that 1 hour. The person that was with me has 20 years of experience working with the homeless. I have nearly 20 years of experience working with the homeless. Neither one of us were able to answer his question quickly. We were not armed with the information, and I had information with me, which makes us wonder what the average person on the street can do. I can only imagine what the people who want to help but don't have answers, don't know what to say. They are asked for money because they say the Salvation Army charges for a night's sleep. That is not true. What we have been looking to do is find a solution, not the, but a solution to panhandling and helping the homeless in Augusta. We've labeled it Change Augusta, and it focuses on giving real change, not spare change. And you may see that in your packet that has been handed out, some of these samples of it. There's some key elements. For those in need, for people needing help, truly needing help on Broad Street, for example, there will be information, a network of businesses with information of how to get help, where to get the help, and what kind of help is provided. For the businesses, we want to provide posters, stickers, and cards referring to the hours of services, what kind of services are provided, and how to get them. This is something that we've begun to roll out to several businesses on Broad Street. One key line in our samples of the cards, all services provided at no charge. A Salvation Army supported business will have information for people in need and where to get it. But it will also identify those businesses as one that has committed to not providing handouts, not providing the money. For the community, we want this information, these cards, to know where to go and get help. And people who are asked for money are given answers right here. We'll be launching an information campaign about these services with the help of Trainer Gray very, very slowly. Now, we have two versions of these cards. And this is one of the reasons we're coming to you is for informational purposes and to get the word out and hopefully get your help in getting this out to the street. The other reason is to coordinate with some city services. Version number 1 has all the hours, the services, everything provided at the Center of Hope, and then a map of how to get there. What we would like to do is work with the Transportation Department and the Salvation Army. The other side of this card serves as a bus ticket, one-way ticket to the Center of Hope. Because homelessness is not limited to downtown. We see every day, and we hear, the Salvation Army hears help, cries for help from businesses on Peach Orchard, Deans Bridge, Wrightsboro Road. We're seeing a lot of it right now. Washington Road at I-20. We're seeing those issues all over. And if those businesses can be given answers, downtown they can be given a map. They can be given a map to a shelter and services. But all over Richmond County, we need to give them answers. And the answer is the bus ride to the Center of Hope where their services can begin. And once again, stating that all of these services are free of charge. In summation, we're also heading into the colder months. The Salvation Army is going to see many more people requesting help, as is all our homeless service agencies in Augusta. That's why we're rolling this out now. We're beginning to roll this out now. We turn no one away from the shelter. Food and services will continue, but we want to be a partner in the economic development of Augusta as well. We've heard the cries for help. I pay attention to the commission. I hear the conversations, and so we're trying to help provide solutions as well. Thank you, and I would appreciate any questions or any further comment.
Thank you. There are a few questions. Before we get
Certainly.
to that point, I just want to reiterate here that what we're going to be presenting to the commission is going to be good stuff, but it's important to understand that we're not going to be able to do it all alone. Because number one, we don't have the resources to do it all alone. And so one key component is being able to lean on the nonprofits that are a part of this task force, and there are plenty of them. So I just want to make sure that we put that out there. We have a question from the commissioner from the 3rd, 10th, and then 6th. We'll go in that order. Commissioner from the 3rd.
I had my button on, I'm sorry.
Okay, commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to commend the Salvation Army for the many, many, many years throughout the world for being there to help people in need. I ride around this city on a daily basis and I see what's going on. I know that we have hustlers and scammers out there. I know we have people that are truly in need out there. I guess one of the things that really concerns me, and I want to know how we can adopt or how we can probably do a little bit more about this. And I know that Commissioner Johnson was talking about, we've got a center that's going to be opened up as a warming facility. But when I ride down, Telfair Street, Green Street, Broad Street, I see people hanging around all day long, and it's about to get cold on us. Now, we have night shelters, but is there anything that we can do to help the people get out of the weather during the day? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, and to that point, one of the things the Homeless Task Force is discussing, and one thing that the Salvation Army is wholeheartedly behind, is the creation of a day shelter. You cannot tell people to go somewhere if there's nowhere to go. One of the answers, and there is none in existence right now in Augusta. However, one of the places we can get them to go is begin getting into the system and getting into the system of the Salvation Army, of EOA, of the various veterans groups, the assistance is all there. And if we can get them started there, we can get them in the shelter and we can get them on a path towards housing. Salvation Army, as I said, placed 49 people in housing last year, 48 so far this year. We keep them, though, for an average of 72 days. It takes 72 days to get a family from homelessness into housing in this community. So beginning the process is what we have at our disposal right now. But with this commission, the creation, and that's my opinion alone, the creation of a day shelter is the first step towards answering your concerns.
Chairman, may I ask one more question?
Sure, go for it.
You mentioned that we've gotten so many families into permanent housing and back in the home situation. Do you have a success rate number on that? Are they able to maintain and continue to stay in the homes, or what happens?
Not at my fingertips. I don't have that number. But what I can tell you is, and I look towards Linda Bars right behind me because EOA is such a critical partner of the Salvation Army. We take them at the worst day of their lives when they have come with nothing and get them to housing. And EOA, and this is an oversimplification, but EOA carries them from there. And so the success rate is not really for the Salvation Army, but it's for the whole continuum of services in Augusta. And that's something I do not have at my fingertips, but I'm sure it's something that's going to come out of our study, both with the Salvation Army and the Homeless Task Force.
Okay, thank you, and much appreciation for what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for questions.
Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I make a comment, I'd just like to know whether you're allowing citizens to make comments, but you have the young man on the front there, had his hand up if you want to. You can go to him first and come back to me if you don't mind.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Just come to one of the podiums and state your name and your address for the record.
Address?
Yes, please.
My name is Warren Joseph Bowman Jr., and my physical address is 231 Caldwell Circle, Augusta, Georgia, 30909. And my commissioner is Catherine S. McKnight.
All right, you have a question?
Yes, actually I do. Yesterday when I went to Forces United, I'm pretty sure you're aware of the organization. I used to work with a lot of homeless programs. This came on my radar. It was a quick invite to a street outreach, Washington Road area, Wednesday, October 26, 2021, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, is that caught on your radar, sir? I was just asking. Well,
No, sir, it's not.
What I'm thinking this is going to be is a street outreach with a lot of people from the homeless continuum of care. I was just trying to get clarification on that. By maybe, I think
If I can jump in here for a moment.
that'd be fantastic.
Thank you. If we could have y'all have this question and answer maybe on a sidebar so we can continue the progress of the committee meeting.
Okay.
We're to make sure that the information does get clarified so we can get it out to the public at large.
And I'll say one more thing too.
Sure, but let me just
interrupt.
finish it. We want to make sure we finish the committee meeting. But
That's
sure,
fine.
go ahead.
I do work with a new nonprofit that's coming to the CSRA. It's called the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network, and it took over the 1720 Central Avenue Old Friendship Community House, and we're building a wellness facility with about $500,000 going into the building with a 4-bedroom respite stay, and also wellness activities for anybody come. No referrals, any walk-ins. It's right behind Payne College, if you know where that's at, right in front of Family Dollar. So we can talk about that another time. And thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Bowman. We appreciate
worries.
it. Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. I just want to ask the gentleman a question. In your opening statement, and I apologize to you in advance if I misunderstood your statement, and you made mention about, for this 100-some-odd years you've been serving, you said, I think, children, men, women, and families, and you said something most recent. What was the recent came about?
And that's speaking in front of new people, some new, some older people, and getting a little bit nervous. You're right. I did gloss over that very quickly. The Salvation Army recently converted a large portion of our shelter on Green Street to be family shelters. So one entire wing has dedicated rooms with their own bathrooms, because prior to that, if you had a mother show up with a 16-year-old boy, they could not go in the women's shelter. The boy had to go with the single men in the emergency overnight shelter. So we were not equipped to see the rise in families, homeless families, intact families. And we're seeing so many more of those in the last few years that we adjusted the facility at the Center of Hope to help families.
And how long ago was this adjustment made?
Well, a full shift finished about 2 years ago. But in the last 3 or 4 years, we had dedicated some rooms and had made some adjustments.
So do you do families as a whole? That mean, you know, the husband, the father, the kids? I mean, do you do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the school system picks up the school kids and takes them to their existing schools. And it's on a separate bus, so they do not, so their peers do not even know that they are staying at the Salvation Army shelter. But we maintain schooling by working with the school system as well.
Okay.
So the families are kept intact.
But for sake of time, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna leave it alone. I still, what I don't see, what I don't understand, and maybe I probably get no information. I want to hold a committee up with this. You know, I still don't understand how this deal with the panhandling aspect of it. That's what I thought the issue was today. But I still don't see how to address this panhandling.
I would say this just for the sake of the committee and the committee's time. Certainly, Mr. Dugan, we appreciate you for coming forward for the commission. If someone is on Broad Street or out in South Augusta panhandling, the goal would be to have the business refer that person to one of the local service providers versus giving them actual money. And I believe that's the point that Mr. Dugan is trying to explain. Now, what I will say is that within the next coming of weeks, maybe a month or so, there will be a more extensive conversation about these outcomes, especially with the Homeless Task Force bringing the plan back. So we don't want to really get too deep into it right now. But this program to stop the panhandling or to address panhandling is going to be important. It is an alternative to a problem that this commission raised a concern about. And it gets business owners, same business owners who are raising concerns, it gets them involved in the solution, not only downtown, but in your South Augusta area as well. But we will welcome you back to the commission to kind of explain this a little bit more. But for the sake of this committee's time, I don't want us to get too deep into this conversation because we're not completely there with the recommendations yet. I see that Commissioner Scott is in the queue. Commissioner from the 9th.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is more of a statement. First, let me commend my colleagues, the chair and the co-chair for the great job you're doing on the Homeless Task Force. And Mr. Dugan, I like what I'm hearing, especially about having the homeless, if they need a place, transportation, that you would have a transportation on your card. But instead of maybe one way, it may be two, need to be a transferable because, you know, I know you're off, the hours are 9 to 5 or whatever the intake is for the night. If they miss that, they're going to have somewhere to go, and they're going to need some transportation. Mr. Mayor, I remember about 2 or 3 weeks ago you talked about economic mobility. I think this falls right in line with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Dugan, anything you want to add before we move on?
Yes, we do allow people in 24 hours if they are in need, and we do have a referral system for after hours. And if I will say, I carry these in my car, in my pocket, and when I am asked for money, I give them these cards, and instead of money. And the response I've gotten is either thank you or not another one of those cards.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. Well, that is all of the business for Public Services Committee. I will pass it down to the Public Safety. Thank you, Committee.
I'd like to call Public Safety to order, please. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to Public Safety?
Turn your mic on.
No, sir.
Yes, I'm having a little trouble with it. For some reason, it's not queuing up. With committee's approval, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have on the committee agenda an update from the SIM workshop. We'd like to defer that to our next committee cycle.
Without objection, so moved.
You want to consent that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
item number 1, I know you're consenting that, but for clarification, is the caption correct on that?
I think it's backwards.
I believe it should be Grand Boulevard being designated Rosalie Barnes Boulevard. Is that, Madam?
You're right.
Okay.
Is the designation from Grand Boulevard to Rosalie Barnes?
Right. I've just,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so we just need to clarify that.
Yes, clarified, Mr. Mayor. Good eye.
Just for, you might want to add some clarification, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. I think
Yes,
the
it
way
should be
they have it
approving,
written-
assigning the honorary designation of
Grand Boulevard.
Grand Boulevard to Rosalie Barnes Boulevard.
Yes, so as written, I think it does that. So you're designating
got from my
Rosalie.
notebook.
Huh?
Yeah, my notebook, it says approve assigning the honorary designation of Rosalie Barnes Boulevard to Grand Boulevard.
Correct. Grand Boulevard is the name now. So you're now changing that name, Rosalie Barnes. So you're
Right.
designating
That's what I'm saying.
Rosalie Barnes. Y'all all saying the same thing. It's just
Yeah.
how you prefer to write it in the English
Yeah,
language.
it's-
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
it could be
change the
accepted
caption.
as is.
It's
yeah.
the Georgia Tech way.
Yeah, the caption needs to be corrected.
Supporting documentation is correct, that they.
Right.
just-
I'm just saying the caption.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all.
Now, we got all that straight?
Details.
And that was Mr. Dennis Williams. You ready to vote, sir?
Madam Clerk, before they do that, I just got to say it. Everybody's saying something in the Bulldogs, not Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
I'm a Tech fan.
That's because everybody that loves the Bulldogs has a giant fly swatter. We have a
You wear it well, sir.
motion to approve with a second. Voting, please.
You running this committee.
Yes, we have a motion to approve with a second. Now we're voting. With no other further business, this committee is adjourned.
And for the record, that vote was unanimous. Okay, we just want to put it on the record. So when Mr. Escala come a-looking, we'll have some records.
You ready, Ms. Bonner?
I am, sir.
Okay, administrative service, Ms. Bonner, calling the order. Any
Yes, sir.
additions or deletions?
Well, it's up to you. Item number 5, since it was addressed at the special call meeting, will you?
Yes, ma'am.
You
We're
can
gonna
delete that one?
Delete item number 5. And if there's no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to consent item 1, 2, 3, and 4, and delete item number 5.
Oh, we're gonna give you a song.
No, y'all give your thanks to Commissioner Scott. Can I get a motion? A second? or
Motion to
something?
approve.
Third,
Need a second. Ms. Bonner ain't gonna take a third.
just second.
Okay.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir. It's unanimous with Mr. Franum absent.
Administrative services adjourned.
I'd like to call engineering services to order, please. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, sir. I do believe you have an addendum agenda. Did we not get that to you yet? Hold on.
Yes, I don't think it's been passed out yet.
Okay, hold on. No, wait, you have public services. Let me give you engineering.
I'll take it.
You forget somebody, Miss Bonner.
I'm coming, sir.
Okay, don't make me cry now. You broke. You're leaving me and Bobby Williams today.
You had an opportunity to peruse them?
I'm good.
You through?
The rest of the committee is okay. We will proceed. I will entertain a motion to consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So moved.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Uh-huh. Mr. Son?
Oh, I thought I did. It didn't do nothing.
Unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we will do the addendum items, top to bottom. And I think the first one reads not quite the way that it should.
That's the only information I have, sir.
I know. I'll clarify if you want to read that into the record.
Okay. Item number 1, consider refund request of $310 since 2014 for a Richmond County resident relative to non-solid waste pickup.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So the item should read, consider refund request of $2,170. It's to 2 parcels off of Mike Padgett Highway, and those parcels are 5036 Mike Padgett and 5044 Mike Padgett Highway. Both of these parcels opted out of the waste program when it was implemented back in 2014. They both have been charged for the last 7 years and just recently discovered that. So the 310 per year times 7 is the 2,170. Both of these parcels are about a mile off of Mike Padgett Highway, and that's one of the reasons why they were given the option to opt out. So I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got some questions on this.
Commissioner Hassan.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think Mr. Johnson is it, you want to?
No, I just made a motion.
Okay, I'm fine. When you say opt out, what is the policy around sanitation in terms of being able to opt in and opt out?
If you're more than 200 yards off the road, you can opt out, or 200 feet.
Was the attorney here? We got something in writing? You know, I need to look at something.
Where'd he go?
We'll pause here for.
Okay, another thing, I'm not sure you can go back beyond 3 years either.
We can with commission approval. They can do it 3 years in-house.
Well, let me try to see
But I think you probably should pause here until the attorney comes back.
Mr. Turner, I have two questions.
Mr. Attorney, there's some questions from Commissioner Hassan.
Yes, my question is, have you looked, I'm sorry, you straight? You had your Monster drink?
No, got my headache drink.
Oh, okay, well, we're going to get rid of it right now. Trying to get some clarity, what is the landfill policy or the sanitation policy in terms of being able to opt in and opt out?
I'm not prepared to answer that, Commissioner. I'm not aware exactly what the opt-in and opt-out policy is.
Okay.
I did not foresee that being an issue today, but we can get that to you by next commission meeting.
Okay.
Or prior to if you request.
Okay, all right. My second question is, let's just say for sake of argument, that, sake of making a point, asking a question, that there's some legitimacy in terms of the person has a right to opt out. And this look like this is about a 7-year, potentially 8-year ask. My understanding is we can only do 3 years. How does that go?
I will give you the same answer. I have to provide that a complete, if you're asking how does the opt-in, opt-out, and if there's any type of improper transaction or improper billing, how far it goes, how far you're allowed to go back.
Right.
We'll get that to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a substitute motion. This pass, send it to the commission without an approve, without a recommendation until we get some clarification around those couple of issues there.
Without a proper second, we'll vote on the original motion. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
We got people in the queue.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
One being me. I mean, me.
Commissioner Mason and then Commissioner McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anyone here from environmental
He was here earlier.
Services? Because that would be most appropriate.
Yeah. I spoke with him. He approved this. He's the one that.
Sure, just need to get him on the record.
Is he still here?
No.
And while we're waiting on him, do you have any comments, any knowledge, or anything you want to add to that, Mr. Administrator?
Not necessarily, I think. Not necessarily. I mean, I didn't see this before today, so I haven't had a chance to check in with the director, but he may be a little more in the loop on this one. I do know, I think that the requirement is 3 years, and if you go beyond 3 years, you have to bring it back before the commission. If I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on that, but I believe that's it. But
that was the conversation when I had it with the director.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about it here today.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I haven't specifically looked into this one at all.
Okay, so a couple of questions. So we're talking 7 years. Had he previously opted out?
They had, but there was no written record of it anywhere, but they have never received any receptacles. They've never had any trash container. They've never received the service.
And we've come to this 7 year later, how?
The homeowners, excuse me, my sleeper bar's coming back. The homeowner saw the charge on their bill this year and started asking questions. They said they'd never really paid that much attention to that 310 charge.
For the previous 7 years?
I asked the same questions.
Do we have the environmental service? Okay.
Attorney?
Yes. I have checked with the attorney who assigned to environmental services. The guidelines or requirements along regarding the questions that you asked, none of those are legal guidelines. Those are policies of environmental services. So between next week and this, legal will get with environmental services and extract those policies to see exactly what those policies are. But those are not requirements by law.
Yeah, be here in a minute. We're looking for him because he was just here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see some of those policies. If it's going to be policies, I'd like to see them in writing if it's their policy.
You good, Commissioner? Until we get the... All right, Commissioner McKnight.
Yeah, I just wanted to say until we hear something from the director, like my colleague from the 6th, say we wait till we hear something.
All right, well, I guess we'll sit here and wait, unless y'all want to move. Can we pause this item and move on to item 6?
We can just send it without a recommendation, Mr. Chairman. It's gonna be the same way.
Might as well, since we're well-oiled machine up here today.
Okay. Can we send it without a recommendation?
Oh, here we go.
Okay. If he ain't got it in writing, it don't matter now.
Director, there are some questions on the floor for you. Commissioner Hassan and Commissioner Mason have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, the Chairman and Commissioner Mason. Just want to know around the policy of what is the policy to opt in and opt out of not receiving service around the sanitation?
I don't think there's much leeway there, but I will have to check on that. I don't know the exact language on that.
Can we just forward it, Mr. Chairman, without a recommendation till we find some information?
All right. Since we're going to make everything difficult, we'll move this forward to full commission without a recommendation. Even though the director he was one that recommended this come before the full commission. He agreed with the ask, but me, being the commissioner of a rural district, I've looked into this. It's 200 feet off the road. You're able to opt out, and people over the age of 65 are also able to opt out. So,
I'm not refuting my colleague. I just want to see it in writing so we won't, set a precedence unnecessarily. It may be some validity to it. It's still without a recommendation. We're going to vote on it next week. There's plenty of time to get the information.
Moving on, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 2 on the addendum agenda is to consider a memorandum of understanding for the Signers Monument.
Yes, this is a MOU. We've discussed this with Keep Augusta Beautiful as well as engineering. There is a group that wants to take over the maintenance for the area around the Founders Monument on Green Street. The MOU is included in this addendum, and I will entertain a motion surrounding this.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Was that Mr. Johnson?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. McKnight? So the motion was to what,
Approve.
sir?
To approve the MOU.
Okay. Ms. McKnight, okay.
I got a question.
Administrator.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. On the MOU that you have, again, this is in partnership with Keep Augusta Beautiful. On page 2 of 4, it speaks to the responsibilities of Augusta. If this group and/or organization is going to take this on, should Augusta have any responsibility in this other than turning it over to them?
That's completely up to the commission. I don't believe that in having meetings with this group that they were asking for anything from Augusta other than permission to help cut the grass and keep it clean.
Yeah, and again, when it speaks, having just now look at it, and I certainly am a supporter of the Signers Monument and that event that we have every year. On page 1 of 4, it speaks to the responsibilities of the lodge, which effectively says that they're going to contract that out with their specified contractor to make sure that those needs are being met. And yet it says Keep Augusta Beautiful will provide cleanup items. If they're going to take this on, should we strike that?
This MOU was put together by the city of Augusta, and
What I don't want is for us to adopt something and we have an outside entity come back and say Augusta's not meeting its responsibilities to keep it clean, when the spirit and the intent behind this is to give the lodge an opportunity to take that on in its beautification and enhancement. That's what I don't want.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that?
Mr. Administrator.
Yeah, so I agree with you fully, Mayor, and so I think that some of that is for us to be very public, especially in this environment and as it moves forward, to make sure that we are clear that we're shifting that responsibility to someone else and providing that level of support. I think the memorandum is clear on that, and so I'm not certain outside of the document if there's anything else that needs to be done other than when we celebrate it with the lodge that we make it clear who's responsible for what in a public fashion as well.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I agree with you, Administrator Donald. If we were making friendly amendments to the MOU, I would simply strike section B, paragraph B.
Say that again, ma'am. What was you offering?
Page 204, if we were making friendly amendments, I would simply strike paragraph B.
Oh, delete.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the administrator. Administrator Donald, is this typically how we do, even when we're doing like road adoptions or lot adoptions? Is this something, is this similar?
Yeah, I mean,
As
for the
far as
most part,
providing
now, there've been
utensils
very
and stuff
few
like
since
that?
I've been here. I think this may only be the second one, but from what I have seen in my brief history, the answer would be yes.
In regards to providing cleanup materials?
Well, no, I mean, usually I think the mayor's point is correct, is that we would transition that responsibility and carry little to none.
Okay. That's the clarification I wanted.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm not.
Commissioner Hassan.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to get in. Yeah, I think for just a little clarity too, I think the mayor's absolutely right, because one place they're saying they're going to contract it out. So if they're going to contract it out, then their contractor should be responsible for all of those things. We do have parties sometime that may want to adopt a road and stuff and then ask for bags and things of assistance. So those are two different asks there. I totally agree. If they're going to contract it out, then that contractor should be ultimately responsible for all those things there. So there's a clear delineation there.
Well, I think we should let the motion state that we're going to strike item B.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what I want.
Yeah, if we can amend that motion to approve the MOU and also striking item B.
With the deletion of item B, responsibilities of Augusta.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay.
And my motion will remain, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, second, I'm sorry. A second.
All right. Voting.
Well,
Yeah. You know what I mean. Long day.
Mr. Chairman, we will, Law Department will amend the motion in accordance with this recommendation so that the one that will come before the commission will be minus item B.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Welcome back.
that motion carries. Ms. McKnight out.
And I believe the administrator has a question in regard to the previous item.
Yeah, so I know that it's moved on without a recommendation, and there's no issue there, and would not be asking the commission to make any change, but I think it is important to the record. The director who was in the other room handling some additional business, kind of on double duty, did not understand the question versus the actual item. And so he is still here and can provide some clarification, because he was very aware of the conversation and the request around the 310 since 2014, but thought that the question was just in general about opting out of trash service.
I'm not sure that it's appropriate to speak towards an item that's
Right.
we've already
Oh,
moved.
I'm sorry. Listen,
I'm just
first item there, so that's right. He'll be prepared for the next one. But
Yeah.
I noticed there was some tense interaction, so wanted to make clear that there was not a staff intent to misrepresent previous conversations, but instead he didn't understand the questions that was asked. So wanted to make sure to clarify that with the full body.
All right. There's no further business. Engineering is finally over.
Okay. What are we doing? Finance now?
I need to get it for this? No.
Dennis, I need to get it.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions for Finance Committee?
No, sir, other than handouts if you need one.
Oh, yes, we love for handouts.
Okay.
While that's being done, if my colleagues would agree, I would like to consent item number 1 and item number 3.
Item number 1 and 3.
Is there
Okay.
any objections? Hearing none, cast your vote.
Is this administrative service?
No, finance.
I do something wrong.
Administrator. Yes, sir. Is your number 2 anything other than the workshop?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a presentation. They don't have.
Yeah.
They're gonna hand you the presentation here shortly.
Yeah. That's what we're waiting on, just the presentation.
Yeah, okay. That motion carries with Ms. McKnight out. You got somebody on the porch?
We won't be long.
You got some visitors on your porch.
As those items are being,
Getting in your business. Your camera showed
got it.
Everybody has their handout?
You have yours.
Yep.
We'll turn it over to the administrator at this time.
Thank you, sir. Well, so as the, I guess the purpose of this presentation is to just give you a thorough overview of the FY22 proposed budget. Received some questions from commissioners. Also, I've started watching the news and so saw some things that I thought were not fully appropriately explained. So I wanted to make sure for the edification of our public and the commission that we quickly went through the proposed budget and highlighted some of the activities there. Is it, how do I? Okay, got it. So I won't go into great detail on this slide, but just highlighting the activities that we have had so far. So you know when you approved the budget calendar, also here's an overview of when the actual departments had to submit their budgets to finance, the work sessions with my office, when finance compiled the budget, et cetera, on to completion November 16th. And so to make it clear, at my directive, there was no increase in the budget. Everyone was required to operate within a flat budget. Now, I saw some things about some increases stating that there were not flat budgets, and I'll get into that clearly, but I think I'll do a little bit of budget 101 for our public so folks understand how budgets work. So there are, while there's no increased level in service, there are allowances that change that impact the budget, but it's not a new service. For example, we've got a contract with ADP. Well, that contract has automatic increases in it annually. Well, there's no increase in service, but of course, the department that has that contract would have an increase because it's already in your contractual obligation. It would be the same for health insurance. Using Mr. Brown and myself for an example, if Mr. Brown was the administrator before me and he is married and has 4 children, but then the next administrator comes along and is single with no kids, then the health insurance obligations would be different. And so those are baked into the budget, and so it may look like an increase, but there's no additional service. And so those are the minimal increases and adjustments that are a part of this budget. So I think that is generally across the board, but I will highlight some of those other things in detail. I think there are some other things that are additionally baked in the budget that are along those same lines, and I'll be very quick, but I just want to make sure that we have those on the record so people understand it. So when you look at juvenile courts, and we all know that we now have the new Augusta circuit, well, previously those judges were actually carried by Columbia County, and we played a supplement. Well, now we carry that, and the $200,000 state grant comes to us. So the grant related to the positive revenue is carried to us, but so is the full cost of those judges. In addition to that, while it's not an exciting one to talk about, we've had more deaths. And so the coroner's response and those additional costs also are carried within the budget. So those increases were in 2021's budget, and they will carry over to 2022 because we are still in a pandemic, and based on the open stance of our community, there are more illnesses and deaths, and thus the coroner's budget slightly increases based on those issues. The same thing with traffic engineering. I think they had a flat budget, but the commission directive was to provide traffic calming devices. So you would see that $260,000 also included. And so again, does not mean that your departments did not have flat budgets honored, but when there are certain decisions that are made or changes, then those get incorporated without any additional services. Pointing at the.
You cut IT budget.
Yeah, it went. Okay, nope, it did not. It went. I skipped it too much, huh? Oh yeah, you got to increase IT's budget. That's right. All right. So when you look at your budget totals, I also wanted to provide a little clarity there as well. So FY21 is your full COVID year. It's your first COVID year in which you really see the impacts of COVID. And remember, during that year, for the bulk of it, we had not received American Rescue Plan funds, where in FY20 you did receive your $10 million in CARES Act, but the pandemic actually occurred during the year, so it is more of a true year than 21. And so if we're really going to have an honest conversation about where our budget is, we would look at FY20 versus FY22. When you look at the amended budget for FY20, there's only a $17 million difference from our pre-pandemic to our current active pandemic budget, wherein the capital expenses are rolled over. I'll break that down a little bit more, but I think that's very important for our public to understand that there is basically no increase in our activities when you look at how we're managing the government's pocketbook. In addition, I'll just highlight again the budget that is proposed. When you look at the allocations, about 41% of that budget goes to public safety. That is the normal general allocation there, about 20% in housing and community development, where that's increased a little bit because they received about $15 million in additional federal funds beyond what they normally receive. So that's important to note and why their allocation is a little bit higher. Just another breakdown is something else that people don't often understand is about 60% of Augusta's budget is allocated to elected officials and constitutional officers outside of the 16 departments that are directly under the oversight of the administrator. And so when looking at how our budget is allocated, we've got to do, I think publicly, we want our public to understand where the money actually goes, because the general fund is a fairly small piece of this $1 billion budget. All right. In addition, I'm really just harping on when you look at prior years, especially when you go from your adopted to your amended budget. Again, when you compare the pre-COVID year to the current COVID year, we're talking about a $17 million difference with virtually the same amount of capital projects. And so that is why the budgets are virtually the same, because that is where the bulk of those allocations go. In addition to that, I think this slide is very important. If you look at that bottom slide, that's a little longer. I'm sorry, that bottom visual, it basically shows that we're expecting a 2% growth, although we're utilizing the same millage rate as we had from the previous year. And so the value of our residential tax base has increased by about 2% based on the assumptions that are in the budget. And those are conservative estimates. And so you look at that, and what that shows is that the commission, in lieu of increasing taxes to increase that number, but trying to increase that on the backs of our residents, decided not to do so and keep taxes the same, whereas we've received a marginal increase to the residential budget. And so I think if we message that right, our residents would be very happy and appreciative of that. In addition to that, you would see, just to make sure, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column, you will see that our revenues, when we look for charges for services, decreases substantially. Again, that is because there's a reduction because we won't get a reimbursement from Columbia County this year. So again, it does not mean we're collecting less revenues or not doing as good of a job, but there are decisions that were made at the state level which impact us here locally. Another thing to really look at in this presentation is our major tax revenue types. And so here, highlighting ad valorem, which is to the left, to the right are our local option sales tax, which I'm going to use the most information from, and then the franchise fees, which I'll just start with. I mean, we've been pretty public and transparent that our franchise fees have been substantially reduced based on what we received this year. Now, our open stance in both government and in our community would hope that our franchise fees will increase this year, but using conservative budgeting, we did not plan an increase in those fees, so that if we do receive a higher number in Q1, we can make some budget adjustments to add some relief to our budget. And so I think it's a good perspective and a good way forward through our finance leaders, which I fully support and we've incorporated into the budget. In addition to that, if you look, while we are not at pre-pandemic levels, our ad valorem receipts have increased, and we see that trend going in the right direction. And so that is another very good sign for Augusta. And then when you look at our local option sales tax, I think that's one of the most pleasant surprises, and something that again, we are budgeting conservatively, but there are two actions that were at the State House that have resulted in increases in our local option sales tax. Number one, which is a minimal amount, is HB 317 being incorporated now. Just for layman's terms, that's the Airbnb collections, where those are being collected on our behalf and provided directly to us. And more impactful, HB 276, which I believe started in last year's July 1. And so that's important because that's the market facilitator bill that passed, and it now ensures those online collections from things like Amazon and those other online areas. And so that helped salvage our budget last year, and we're projecting that it will have an even larger impact this year, since we'll have a full year of impact of that new House bill now signed into law by the governor. When we look at personnel costs, because that's another incorrectly reported and rumor that's been spread around, when you look at it, and these numbers do include the $3.2 million ask from the sheriff, the sheriff's office averages are about the same year over year, pandemic or not, including this $3.2 million ask. They basically stay flat. And when you look at our overall percentages of what percentage of personnel is in our overall budget, we're actually decreasing that by about 1% this year. And so despite the pandemic and all of the other factors, the percentage for which personnel is of the FY22 proposed budget is virtually the same. And if you want to be technical, it actually decreases about a percentage, including all of the things that have been added into this budget. I wanted to take some time here because I think we talked about a lot of new allocations and initiatives, and while that's not totally true, the ones that have been added have been at the direction of our commission specifically to serve residents. And I believe these strategic priorities were either approved by the commission at either an 8-2 or 9-1 vote, meaning that these are the priorities that you wanted to see in the budget. When looking at them, I'll just call off a few things that off the top of my head that I know were important to you that we included in the budget. When you look at infrastructure, where you talked about roads, supportive development, streetlights, drainage, the capital improvement plan, making sure that we're delivering new and existing projects for road resurfacing the resolution for issues with our roads. In addition to what's in SPLOST 8, we've allocated those funds for the Pothole Palooza initiative, where we'll be able to resolve potholes countywide. In addition to that, when you talk about the capital improvement plan, as I mentioned, next month we'll be releasing our dashboard so that our public will be able to see very clearly in a transparent manner our new capital projects. And as we expand that dashboard, they'll be able to follow where we are on all of those projects that have been coordinated through SPLOST, TIA, and others. And so that is a direct response to the commission, and I think very important to our public. So I applaud your transparency there. And then when it comes to streetlights, while that's been a very controversial piece, we are leveraging the American Rescue Plan in the proposal, because the commission does have to approve it, to make sure that we eliminate that deficit, but also add new infrastructure so that if we are to adjust the street light fees, that people get a direct result and benefit even in advance of receiving that bill. And so I think that's an important piece to make sure that we are giving our public something for something that is inevitably coming down the pipeline. When we talk about quality of life, you talked about blight, adopting the ordinance, which you already did in 21, making sure we clean up the right-of-way, developing the riverfront, and making sure that we maintain and revitalize our parks. Well, there's $2 million in the proposed budget for blight, $2.5 million to make sure that we provide AED with enough resources. While we talked about downtown, is actually county-wide, and so that would be under the direction of Director Malik. We also have the strategic plan, which you approved in 21, which will help to take care of the master plan, and then $1 million proposed from the rescue plan under the public spaces provision to take care of parks. I can go on, but I think every category in every area is a direct result, and it is laid out within the 24-page document. And so I wanted to make sure to highlight that. While I see some folks who had those questions may not be here, I think I did want to state it on the record so that everyone is aware of that process. In addition, I think I would close by saying, at least in this section of the presentation, that you and your constituents seem to have the same priorities and goals. Public safety is a clear number one. Infrastructure and transportation, depending on which online or in-person way the information was distributed, kind of aligns with as number 2 or 3, changing places with quality of life, and economic development, investing in our future was a clear top 4. I think another area that I was really a little surprised that it was reported on the way that it was in the mayor's budget. And so, as I mentioned, everyone had a flat budget. And so that included our mayor, and he had no issues with that coordination. And so when we looked at the mayor's budget, we simply removed the MBK. And so I think this is important for our public because we want to make sure that the narrative is correct and that we're following the dollars. The MBK was called out as a separate category, but to make sure we kept the budget flat, but also provide room for mayoral initiatives, we simply included all of those things within the operating budget. And the only adjustment is that the mayor's assistant was a part-time person, and so we made that full-time based on the requirements of the office, especially some of the new requirements where we're having some of the departments coordinate their open records requests through my office to make sure we're able to gather those. Most of those requests come through the mayor's office, so we wanted to make sure that they were equipped appropriately. And so with those adjustments, as you'll see, there's only a 6% difference, and that is because that full-time person receives benefits. And so I think that's a pretty clear piece, and hopefully we'll get that reporting corrected. Won't bank on it, though. When we look at the sheriff's department, we've got about $3.2 million request. It was a little bit higher than that. I think it was closer to about $3.6 million. I think these requests are both in line with the commission's requirement. I think you saw that public safety, both for your public as well as on your own strategic priorities, is a really big deal for us. And so in communicating with the sheriff, he highlighted that the retention piece was vital for him, and if anything had to be funded, it should be that. And so we honored that request at the $3.2 million, and I believe that moving forward in the budget, if we continue with our good management, we'll be able to come back and revisit the education program, the biometric readers, as well as the tasers, which I believe are important as he continues with public safety. When you look at the ARP allocation, I broke it out into what's proposed and what has already been approved, because I think we also have to know that this is a 4-year commitment, many of the ones that we're making. And so I just wanted to visualize that the pay plan supplement, as well as the one-time premium pay, the vacation payout, and the Vax Up Augusta, while 3 out of those 4 components go away after implementation, investing in our staff and raising them to the $15 an hour is not only vital, it's the only way we can be competitive. I've heard questions about our vacancies and things of that nature. This should definitely help with that. And in lieu of doing it on our taxpayers' backs and trying to adjust those funds through the general fund, we've been able to do so through the American Rescue Plan, but that commitment is for the full 4 years so that we don't have to bear it in the general fund until 2025. Again, I think in the wisdom of the commission, that was a great decision, but we do want to make sure that everyone is aware that we're carrying that forward for a 4-year period. When we look at the American Rescue Plan, I did want to highlight a few things and tie those items back directly to your priorities and ask, as well as the priorities of our citizens. And I also think we want to highlight good government when we talk about the general fund and relieving as much pressure on our residential tax base as possible, but also allowing us to have a general fund allocation because you want it to increase our fund balance. And so this proposal actually does that as well. So one, our COVID-19 health-related claims are eligible under the American Rescue Plan, but we would normally be paying those from general fund dollars. This proposal moves those into being funded by the American Rescue Plan. To give you a little bit of highlight, the general fund carries about 50% of all of those costs, but then fire and utilities, all funds are touched, but those are the top 3 that follow that. So it's very important that this recommendation be moved to fund those through the American Rescue Plan, and it's already baked into the budget. In addition to that, when you look at the fire equipment and protective clothing, I'll dive into that, but those are usually carried through SPLOST. We didn't do that in SPLOST 8, but again, an eligible cost when we look at the American Rescue Plan. Another area when we look at that is the train contract, for which we've been struggling to identify a funding source. Well, again, carried through the American Rescue Plan to relieve issues there. When we look at the Board of Elections, they need new assistance based on the pandemic as well as these new election laws. And so again, eligible costs through the American Rescue Plan, and those are carried there as well. And so when we look at all of the allocations for the American Rescue Plan, they align with the commission priorities, and we are simply diverting those costs away from the general fund. In addition to that, I think I want to highlight that there's still, with those allocations, which would be carried out throughout the American Rescue Plan, that carve out of about $11 million to put those funds back into the community and make sure that they're allocated by district is still a part of this plan, and it would come back for full approval to the commission. The one area and caveat, and I know our good friend Benish Brown was here a little earlier and had to leave, but we've had some conversations and believe that we can fund some of their marketing and outreach requests differently. And so the one adjustment that I think we've got to make is to actually pull those economic development allocations out, because that would allow us to put the $1 million in fund balance towards the general fund and continue to grow our reserves, which I think was very important to the commission. And so that is one area that was erroneously in my error, not finance or anyone else's, but my error in keeping those in the proposal and not swapping that out for that contribution to the general fund in line with your commitments. I think the other area is that while we resolve most of the issues through the FY22 budget, there were 3 areas that I just kind of wanted to highlight because they require future decisions from the commission to really solidify this outside of approving the proposed budget. Number 1 is around fire protection. The second is street lights, which you're very familiar with, and stormwater. And so when we go to fire protection, just wanted to highlight there's a projected decrease in the fire protection fund over 2021 actuals, and that's due to the change in distribution allocation. So it normally occurs the year after the census. You're very aware, based on redistricting and everything else we have going on, is that we've received that data much later than normal. And so that issue is included in the budget, but it may require some additional adjustments once we receive that data. Again, we have resolved the capital fund requirements for fire by allocating that to the American Rescue Plan. And just to give you some quick insights on that, normally SPLOST carry about $6 million in fire protection equipment. The good thing is we've kind of gotten ahead of those equipment requirements, but we're projecting about $2.5 million needed over 4 years, which may need to be adjusted, but that's what we're looking at now. And so that would be covered by the proposed allocation of American Rescue Plan funds, and we've confirmed the allowability of the cost for all projects within this projected proposal. When you go to street lights, maybe we gotta get IT a higher allocation. We gotta triple their budget. Let's see. Am I doing? So I'll talk and then I'll get to it. There we go. I went too far again. All right. When it comes to streetlights, just highlighting that if approved by the commission, we would have balanced the streetlight budget for this year. Remember, we used fund balance for last year's deficit. We do not want to make a habit out of that. And so the proposal is to use the American Rescue Plan to actually buy us a little bit of time to make sure we correct this. And so we would be allocating $750 in this year and then proposing about $871 next year. That would would take care of the streetlight deficit as well as those increased costs, and then the balance of the Light Up Augusta proposal that we're talking about would provide that infill maintenance and new streetlights. So again, as you look to adjust the streetlight fee, which would have to occur in early 22, while you would be adjusting the fee and right-sizing the program, you'd also be providing our residents with a quality amount of lighting throughout the county. And so I think that balance would be something that would be welcomed. In addition, when we look at our stormwater utilities, there are some prior obligations that have to be covered. And so we've included those within the FY22 proposed budget. There's about $1.4 million that would be covered in stormwater revenue fund balance, about $1.4 million, those prior obligations, but we would also be covering about $345,000 in increased cost to the proposals I highlighted to you for the engineering department's request for staff augmentation. And so I did want to highlight here, because it may be or I believe there's an opportunity for the commission to give a little bit direction when we close. I'll just highlight this. But I looked at that piece, and as a administrator, it's my responsibility to provide a balanced budget. And so we did provide a balanced budget, but we did not fully incorporate engineering's request at the, I believe, $1.3 million. In the proposed budget, it's about $920,000. Now that we have transmitted the budget and done some additional work, if directed by the commission, I do believe we can fully implement that request if it is your will. When moving forward with utilities, it's the same thing. Theirs has been fully implemented. Of course, as you know, they have an enterprise fund, so they have to account for the balancing, I guess, of their own budget is probably the layman's way to explain that. But I would highlight the $3 million allocation to meters from the American Rescue Plan would allow them to fully implement their request. And so we basically leverage the rescue plan to give them some capital relief, and then that way they can manage their human capital. When you look at the recap of the budget, I think I beat the dead horse of the amended budget of why the adopted and the amended are different. I think I was very clear and transparent that in the future we need to highlight all of the changes as they occur, so that it is easier to see why it went from 802 to 920, but each action was presented in a public manner. I think on our quarterly reports, we just need to highlight what that does to the amended budget. So I think that's one thing that I did want to highlight, and I think there's a great example of that 15% change related to trust and agency on the Beacon Station project, showing that you've been excellent stewards of projects and delivered quality projects, and thus we received that amended piece in those additional revenues. I think the other thing to just kind of highlight, even today, we're moving forward a new grant of $107,000 from GDOT, which is technically amending that 920 by an additional $107,000. So throughout the year, as you receive money, you are increasing that budget. And we just hope that we continue to do so under budget, so some of those increases end up in our general fund. When you look at the FY22 budget, again, we've kind of highlighted, but as you will see, that overall change is about 8%. And when you look at the pre-pandemic numbers, which is probably a more apples to apples, it's actually closer to about 3.5%. And so I would say that our government hasn't really grown much. We've just managed well during the pandemic. And versus us spreading slander, I'd like for us to really highlight the great work that's being handled by your amazing staff, which we've recently rewarded for their great work through this very open posture, as well as your great leadership and decisions in making sure we effectuate the budget. And so I won't go through the revenue highlights. We've done that. I would just notice that, again, those increases are important, but it's also important to highlight the reductions. You no longer have the $3.2 million from CARES Act to balance the transit budget. Neither is it a good practice for us to continue to use fund balance to balance our budget when we're trying to grow our reserves, which is why my proposal is through the American Rescue Plan. I think the final piece that I heard in the public, which I was really excited about, but it is included in that transmittal letter, so I want folks to read it, is accountability. And so the one thing that I'm proposing that I believe may be a little bit new, but I am going to be asking for commitment from the commission, is to have similar, if not these, performance measures in our department so that we can make sure that we're actually effectuating the budget and delivering services in line with your commitment and vision to our public. And so I've included that sample in the presentation again, but they are in the transmittal letter as well. With that, I believe that concludes my presentation. I believe I've gone over the final thoughts, so there's nothing additional from me, but my clicker isn't working to get to the end for questions. So, Chairman, I will take those at this time if you have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Administrator, would you like to address the engineering issue right now?
Absolutely. So I think for me, it's just getting consensus from the commission. I think I told you we tried to do our best before those designated time frames to implement it as best as possible, but we didn't stop working at transmission. So if it's the consensus of the commission, we will make sure to fully implement that. But I did need your guidance to make sure that that change would occur.
Thank you. Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you. We definitely got to get IT because my mic stuff on.
Got to get them a slight increase, right?
It's slow.
I just want to request the administrator go ahead and fully implement the engineering AUD as was presented by the departments. I think that's the will of the commission.
Okay.
And so we want to go ahead and
Absolutely. So with that, I'm understanding that is the consensus of the commission. And so when we bring this forward, whether it be in work sessions or the final budget, we'll make sure to include those adjustments.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with applauding the team for this presentation. I'll go in reverse order. You talked about 2022 strategic goals. I know it's certainly been the goal of this commission to see, and without question, I've long championed this, having key performance indicators across the organization, and to now see them being brought forward, that we can track and measure our performance, our service delivery efforts for the community. I want to applaud your entire team on helping to get this done. Absolutely. The conversation around engineering and AUD, that was what I wanted to get clarification on, if we're talking about just engineering or AUD.
Yeah, it's both.
It
is both,
okay.
Yes, sir. It's just that, remember, one, with the enterprise fund, they were able to kind of balance, so we had already fully resolved that. I think with engineering, we had not. But again, I think I understood the directive, and so pretty clear, have received that clarity, and we'll make sure to keep a balanced budget, but make some adjustments. And again, that adjustment for economic development that we had proposed previously, making that adjustment will provide some relief and help us implement as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, sir. This is to the administrator. Could you put the work section dates back up on the screen again, please?
Yes, sir. And you know what? They're not actually in my presentation. They're supposed to be the 3rd through the 10th, and I'm looking for my memorandum. I think what we were proposing was the 2nd, 3rd, or 10th. Let me pull out my binder. I apologize. But I think that's what the request would be. And if you give me 1 second, I'll get those correct for you. Because
Okay,
and just what was on the screen, just to give some insight, that was simply the 3rd through the 10th is what was on the budget calendar, but we actually have to decide those here. You never actually decide them in advance, and
Right.
so let's see. Yes, sir. I apologize. The request for that was November 2nd, which would be prior to the public hearing. I think the public hearing is at 1:30, if I'm not mistaken. And so I would just ask for either 12 o'clock on November 2nd, if the commission were to approve it. On November 4th, it could be on the 11th and or November 10th at 1. I don't know how close you think we are on the budget. And so normally the reason I do so much work in advance, both with the public and the commission, is so that we have one elongated session and resolve those issues. But I wanted to offer either 3 dates or 3 sessions, whichever is important of the commission, and to receive feedback and guidance on what you would like me to bring back beyond the adjustments we talked about today.
Okay, and can I finish up, please? Administrator Donald, I'd like to say this to you. You gotta have a headache, man. You got to. The work that you and your staff have put into this budget is commendable. And I'm looking at it, and I don't really have a whole lot of problems with it. I've got probably about a half a dozen areas I'd like to question, and that'll wait until we have our sessions. But I'd just like to just publicly say thank you for the hard work you and your staff has put forth in this, and I know it's been a chore, but thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the dates, Administrator Donald, that you're proposing.
Yes, sir.
If you can tell me those again.
It would be November 2nd, prior to the public hearing.
Okay, when you say prior, the public hearing is at?
I think it's at 1:30.
1:30. Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Is that
It's
correct?
1:30.
Okay, so you're suggesting prior to that?
Yes, sir. That could be
12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so November the 2nd at 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at 12 noon. And the commissioner from the 6th will be providing lunch again.
Okay.
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 All
And,
right.
and
Okay, and November the 4th?
in November the 4th, that would be at 11 a.m. And I believe I don't know how much. This would be my first official budget with the commission, and so I've never actually had to do a third one before. Definitely not against it, but again, we try to be thorough enough to where in 2 sessions you would be able to get all of your questions answered, and then we would be able to make sure to incorporate all of those within the FY22 proposed budget. But if you believe we needed another one, I am mentioning that November 10th date as an option. But again, just wanted to get some feedback from the commission on whether you needed that third date or if you believe we might be able to resolve your challenges within the first 2. Whichever you decide, I would just ask that motion be carried forward to the full commission so that we could begin the work.
Okay, continuing with that line of thought, then, Chairman, might we suggest that we adopt November the 2nd at 12 noon for budget work session 1, public hearing at 1:30, and on November the 4th, budget work session 2, 11 a.m., and a third to be determined. I believe after the meeting on the 2nd, we'll have a good sense of where we are.
Yes, sir. Received.
Mr. Chairman,
Is
we
there
get that
any-
in the form of motion.
Okay. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Who made the motion? He don't make.
I don't think he
Motion
can
to
ma-
approve.
I don't think he can make
I'll
that
make-
motion.
He snookered you, sir. Motion to
I was suggesting the motion.
The mayor snookered him.
Yeah.
All right, order. Let's get back to order.
But Mr. Chairman, I believe if you wanted to accept that motion, you could actually make it and have it seconded, right? Or would somebody else have
Make a
to?
motion, he can second
He
one.
could second it,
I'll
okay.
motion to approve.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Madam Clerk, now you can't do
Are
me
there
like
any
that.
other
Now
questions?
we right here
So
together
let's-
today.
Mr. Mayor, let's cast our vote, please.
Is there a commission meeting on that day? Yes. Yes.
On the, yeah. Please cast your vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commission. That concludes finance.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure when Secretary of State comes, these records right for you. Yes, sir. I want this job. Okay, you want that one?
The one where you say it's unanimous. That's,
Ms. Bonner, I think that's that moment where you remind him like you remind me he need to stay in the Mayor Pro Tem lane. The cats are calling. The cats are calling.